Hey,
Hello, everybody.
hey, everybody!
We're going to give people a minute to get here while Samantha's children yell in the background.
Yeah, sorry about them.
Sleep. Mine is fighting sleep. He's playing with his little toy dragon in his bed.
I've just got several notifications, and I'm like,
Yeah, me too. My computer just started dinging randomly.
It's like my computer was just like, Lauren's going to go live. Lauren's live, and I'm like, is she now?
No, haha.
I had no idea.
Here, CB, I just watched your video you did today. I liked it.
I'm a bad friend. I haven't seen it yet because I was cleaning my room. I will watch it after the stream, though.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, I just have to confess that dinner tonight consists of goldfish, chocolate cream wafer cookies, and Dairy Coke. That is what dinner is consisting of tonight. So.
I've got Coke and spaghetti with Ritz. We are the epitome.
Audra's here. Hey, Audra.
Yo, yo, it's magic. Welcome, everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, my child.
Can you eat the food?
Can you eat my food? Specifically, my food.
Mom life. Hashtag mom life. Nothing is ever yours again.
He's like, you finished half of your bowl and you're live now, so like, let me just help you out, Mom.
This is my husband, everyone in the chat, saying you should so eat better. I would if I had.
We eat what we want.
Also, thank you for unwillingly gifting me one of your cherry cokes. Because I ran out of them. I took one of your drinks. Okay, so now that we have a few people here, I'm actually going to let my guest, Samantha, introduce herself.
Hey, he's eating my food. Because he asked me if he could eat. My husband just came over and he was like,
mom life.
He was like, what's going on, as he motions to our child. Sorry.
That was an amazing introduction, Samantha. Won't forget that one for a really long time.
I am a writing mom, Samantha Nasset. I talk about writer things, parent things, and writer parent things. And on lives, you never know what you're going to get with me. So, Lauren has kindly linked all my stuffs in the description, so you can check me out if I entertain you.
And everybody, this is my channel, so I hope you know who I am, but if you don't, my name is Lauren Severe. I'm a young adult author, YouTuber, and mom from down home, Louisiana. And yeah, ring the bell, like, subscribe, do all the things because my upload schedule is chaos. Period.
Oh, and like the video to help the algorithm and all the good things. I will remember that on other people's channels, but never mine.
Yeah, I always do that. Like at the end of my videos, I'm always like, oh yeah, and the things that I'm supposed to say because I'm like a YouTuber.
When I write my scripts for my videos, I just have like an outro that I just copy paste onto my next script. Yeah. That's like 90% of why I remember to do it.
That's funny.
And sometimes I'm like, I've done this like for 6 months now, and I still can't remember all the things.
Yeah, no, I'm notoriously bad at like forgetting to tell people to actually like videos that I post. I'm like, I just made it. Just do whatever. So yeah, so that's me. Also, I have a young adult fantasy novel that is debuting on November 21st of this year. Links to that on Goodreads and a Universal book link for the pre-order to the ebook are down below. So yeah, that's the thing. Let me just, plug that while I have a second before we get started. Today's stream is actually, I feel like, going to be really fun and entertaining. I have this notorious problem where every idea I have turns into a 50,000 word novel or a series of novels or multiple series of novels. And it's never anything short or simple,
What
ever.
a tragic problem to have when you want to be a novelist.
Also, if my husband is still in the chat, he can confirm this. Every idea I have, he literally looks at me and is like, why do you hate yourself? You don't have the time for that. And I'm like, I know. But yeah, so Samantha's going to try and teach me how to write a short story and or flash fiction. That was going to be one of my questions. What's the difference, I guess, between a short story and flash fiction?
Length, primarily length.
Okay.
So I guess we'll go ahead and get started into it.
The question I had that I was like, let me remember that.
So a short story can be up to 7,500 words. When I looked into it, that seems to be the general consensus. If it's more than 7,500 words, it starts to become a novella. Flash fiction, a lot of people prefer flash fictions to be around 500 or under. When I was doing the flash fictions, one of the shortest flash fictions is baby shoes for sale, never worn. So
yeah,
I'm glad you made your bed. Now go.
There's another one that's 3 sentences in length, and I can't remember who the author was, but it's what were the sentences? An old woman lives alone. Everything else in the world is dead. The doorbell rings. Like, that was it.
Yes, that's one of my favorite horror ones. Children, you have a father. He's in charge of you now. Go.
Hashtag mom life.
My poor husband, sometimes he's all like, okay, the kids are good. So then he tries to go do a chore. And then all of a sudden I'm like, y'all have a father. And he's like, gotta come back.
My Harry Potter wand just randomly lights up. It's like, I'm still here.
So flash fiction, a lot of people prefer to try to keep their flash fictions under 500. But when I was doing competitions during my hiatus for my writing career, it seemed the longest a contest would let a flash fiction be was between 1,000 to 1,500 words. So the longest acceptable flash fiction I have ever seen is 1,500. So going with that, a short story would be between 1,500 and 7,500, and a flash fiction is up to 1,500.
And anything over 7,500 words is a novella?
Until 40,000, then it's a novel.
And then it's a novel.
Yep.
Oh God. Okay.
Novels technically have no upper limit.
I don't think that I should attempt the flash fiction because that sounds scarier.
we can start with short stories. Those are safer. It's
fine. Let's catch up with the chat real quick. Let's see. Hi, Lauren's husband, John, getting some shout outs there. TV friends, I'll open on my computer for watch time, but I'm working with my dad right now, so I can't be in the chat. I want to meet your dad. Your dad sounds so cool. Just so you know, I talk about him sometimes on stream, and I'm like, he sounds so awesome.
He stopped by, when she and I did a pop-up stream. He stopped by to talk to her about dinner. So we briefly exchanged.
Hi, Leanne. Thank you so much for coming. We're excited to make a fool out of myself tonight.
So Leanne and I are actually doing a Let's Talk on short stories Monday. So.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. And don't you have a video planned soon for short stories too?
No, the video I did for short stories is out. I posted it in July. I think.
So if you have a video on short stories, and also if you have any questions for her about short stories, put them in the chat at any point during the stream, and I will hopefully see them and answer them. We will answer them. Yeah.
I do not claim to be an expert, but I am highly experienced in them. So
I am not. Definitely not.
So the first thing, like, to do with a short story is to know definitively, in my opinion, for the most part, know your beginning and your ending. You don't necessarily have to know anything about your middle.
Mhm.
You can like pants that and probably be fine, but you need to know where you are ending, in my opinion, to better plan it out because it is a shorter format. Excuse me a moment. Be gone!
Hashtag mom life.
What?
Banishing the children. Be gone.
What?
You put TV on.
We're not putting the TV in the living room. The TV is in the garage den. Mommy and Daddy will have no TV for a month. Now go speak to your father. That was not. So because we have the big screen TV for our bedroom and the children, have much smaller TVs, the big screen was just put away into storage while we redo our room. And my oldest is just like, what do you mean it's gone? What do you mean I cannot? When are you putting it in the living room? And I'm like, we're not.
We're not doing that.
And he just refuses.
We braked for a call, so I'm listening now. Well, we're glad to have you.
Welcome back.
We're glad to have you. And Sarah Matthew says, hi, ladies. Hi, ladies.
Hey, hey.
Thank you for being here. I'm still nervous about this whole interview. Okay. So we need a beginning and an end. That's a lot how I kind of do my first drafts is I kind of know like the beginning, like where my characters are starting out at, like where are they at in the world, in their lives, in their whatever. And then I know like the inciting incident or like the catalyst moment normally. And then I know the end and maybe one or two things that I want to make sure I get in there at some point. But like that's kind of like, I don't know. I'm not a plotter. I'm a plancer for sure. So I normally know like the beginning, the catalyst, and the end for sure whenever I do first drafts. So that's good. I feel like that's similar.
Planning for a short story is oh, there was a sudden loud noise. Planning for a short story is for me is nearly identical to planning for a novel, except I do have to keep word count in mind. So because I, at this point, know roughly how many words I'm going to need for a specific scene. So, say I want to write a flash fiction that's about 1,000 words. I know I want to reach my climax by 800 words. So, 800 words is where I want my climax to be. I want my introduction scene to be as fast as possible. That way I can use more words for getting to the climax. So one of the easiest things for me to do is just be like, okay, so I need to get here. And then I have like a rough roadmap of the important plot points. And then while I'm writing, say I write the opening scene, and the opening scene is 200 words, right? So then I'm like, cool, I have 600 more words to get to my climax. And then this allows me to be like, okay, do I want to describe this? Is this really important for description? Short stories are also far more often character oriented as averse to plot oriented.
Yeah, that's true. Because you can't really have a super, like you still have to have plot, but it can't be like super detailed because you don't have any words.
Which another key thing for me to keep in mind is there's a difference between a story and a plot, right? Like the plot are the things that happen. The story is like the why and the tale and the characters. So you can, like, everybody can write the same plot, but everybody's written a different story, basically.
Yeah, that's true. It's not necessarily the idea, it's the execution.
Yes.
Got you. Okay. I'm following.
So for example, in Not For Her, the short story that I currently just went through for betas and that I'm getting ready to go through an editor for, my character, Jamie, he doesn't go through, like, his story, his journey is not about him changing. So it's not a story where a character grows or changes from it. That one is more plot oriented, so it was a little bit more of a challenge for me because I am definitely like 99% more of a character writer. But so for that one, he had goals and he had to achieve those goals. And so for the readers, it's about going along with him to achieve those goals and seeing him succeeding. And that becomes the payoff and learning why he's doing what he's doing, especially since it's a crime caper. So he's essentially a bad guy.
Was that a spoiler?
No, it's on the thing. It's like, this is a crime caper. Crime capers are
this short story on my stream.
No, it's not a crime caper if it's not written from the villain's point of view or the antagonist.
See, I don't know anything about that because I like never write or read anything that's like mystery thriller-y.
I joined the New York City Midnight Write a Short Story contest, and every fucking time they gave me crime caper, I'm like, I'm not a crime author. Stop it. But I got through a few rounds with them, so pretty decent at it, I guess.
So, okay. So how are we going to do this tonight?
Okay. So you said that you prefer fantasy.
Yeah, I feel like just because it's been so in my brain because I've been, getting ready for songs to launch that I feel like I'm comfortable in the fantasy sphere right now.
So I figure we can go with we just decide on some sort of fantasy plot or prompt, a fantasy prompt. I can speak. And then try to get out a short story, like a rough draft of a short story during the stream.
That sounds good. Definitely, because I have no idea where to begin. So prompt me away.
Okay, so
I have not thought about this at all. Like this is completely off the cuff for me.
I'm gonna Google fantasy prompts because I meant to do this, but I was emptying a room.
I'm sorry, I'm stuffing my face with goldfish. Everyone watching, it's just literally my dinner. So, life. The reason my husband was lurking in the chat is because he's on shift right now. So he's at the fire station, like waiting for a 911 call to come in.
It's all good. My husband lurks in the chat sometimes, even though he's like right over there.
Mine doesn't do it very often, but it's a nice surprise when he does. And then like I'm always reminded of that like shirtless in a leather jacket photo that he has as his like avatar, and I'm like,
there are worse things to be reminded of.
I know, but I'm always like, you still have that photo on there. Like, I don't want everybody seeing that. That's for me to see. Dang it. Lauren being jealous.
I don't want to share that, motherfucker. Okay, so how about Potions Inc. After centuries of perfecting magic potions, the oldest son decides to launch the family business of magic into the corporate world, which would be brought to us by fantasy writing prompts at thinkwritten.com.
Okay. So I feel like first brainstorm. Right?
So first thing that I would definitely decide on is what's the point of the short story? Like it can be a super simple point, and like it doesn't have to be any deep, serious reason. It can legitimately just be to entertain. But be entertaining. An example that I like to overuse a lot, and anybody who's seen a lot of my videos probably knows, is like if you're writing a short story about two people from different walks of life who decide to open a bakery together, the point of the short story is whether or not they open the bakery together. So that's the only question you have to answer. As long as you get through that in the short story, you're golden. So in the same vein as that, after centuries of perfecting magic potions, the oldest son decides to launch the family business of magic into the corporate world. This short story could be about stuff that keeps stopping him. Or maybe he opens it and now he's got to deal with like this one witch who's all like, this witch who's all like, you can't open your shop here because I have had my shop here for months, and now he's got to like come to some sort of agreement with the witch.
Yeah.
Or maybe werewolves invade his shop and steal all of his candles, and now he's like, motherfucker, I got to get more candles. Like,
let's get up with the chat real quick because I want to say hi to a couple people. Leanne Johnson said, I think a key point in flash or short fiction is motivation. What does the character want? Very, very true. I feel like that's all fiction. So it's good to know that that translates as like a foundation just through all different forms of writing. That helps me breathe a little easier. People saying hi to each other in the chat, and I'm writing and listening, but I have to go to my cousin's birthday soon. Tell your cousin happy birthday from us.
Yes, tell him happy birthday.
And Rose Green says, hey girl, hey, thank you.
Hey, what up?
All right, so main character is a dude.
According to the prompt, we could change it, but Lord, I think we lost Lord.
Put that down. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Baby, come back.
Any kind of fool could see. Werewolves ate my internet.
He's a dude. Does he have magic? Is the question that I want to know. Like, so here's my thing. So centuries old, his family has been in the magic business, potions, whatnot. And then finally he's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this to the corporate level. We're going to like, you know, do this stuff. Like maybe his magic is accounting. Like he was the like brother who like, just did really good in business.
Maybe he has no talent for potions.
Yeah. So like I like that idea because it's kind of cute and funny.
You could do a meet cute with that, where like he wants to take the family potion business into the corporate world, but he isn't good at potions, and neither of his siblings want to help him. So he's trying to hire out to a love interest.
I like that because I like the romance. If you read any of my arc, you know this. Is it good? Really good at math. That's his super power. And marketing. He's really good at math and marketing. And he slow and slow. Who is a witch? I'm trying to listen to what your children are saying.
Say that again, you cut out.
Listening to what your children were saying.
Oh, I don't know. I'm really good at tuning it out. It is a talent I have developed. Oh, the dog gate. So our dogs usually sleep in our room with us, but the way that the house is designed, it's like the living room, the stairs, the kids' rooms, and then beyond the living room is the kitchen, our room. And so the dogs just stay in the back of the house. They can, you know, go in the kitchen and our room and all that. But yes, now go.
Thanks for kisses.
You're welcome for kisses. So, but we're like, what are we going to do? Because we're not going to be in our room. We're going to be in the front of the house. And we can't trust our pit bull to go to the kids' rooms because she is notorious for chewing the eyes out of stuffed animals. Yeah. So I told my husband, I'm like, we could try to move the dog gate onto the stairs. I just wasn't sure if it would work with how the stairs were shaped. but it looks like he got it to work, and now the children are just fascinated. They're all like, the dog gate is here. So
Samantha's got all kinds of remodeling things happening in her house right now.
with like half the house has to be rearranged so that we can remodel one room. It's fine.
You know, sometimes.
Okay, so
we have
you
like
have
all
the
the diaper stuff like in the living room still because we haven't totally unpacked his room yet, and we've been in the house for 2 months, so it happens.
it happens. All right, so we have the basic premise of the story. So now would be the time to decide like the beginning and the ending, and then kind of how many plot points do you need to get to the beginning and the ending?
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. I feel like we start with the end because if you start with the end, you know where you kind of need to begin, right?
Okay.
So the end result, I think, should be that the dude and the love interest decide to go into business together and open up a magic shop, right? Like,
Yeah.
that would be the most satisfying ending, in my opinion.
When you're writing a romance, yes.
What can I say? My romantic little heart likes it.
I am a hoe for romance, so I'm all for it.
Girl, we were talking about mangas that we liked with the romances all last night. I hear you.
Let me tell you, webtoons is fucked up because like you read a comic in the drama section and they like hook up very quickly, or the romance is just there from almost the get-go and you're like, yes, this is awesome. But then you read a romance on webtoon and they're all like playing will they, won't they, oh maybe, all the fucking way to the end. And I'm like
200 episodes.
I'm like, this is not what I expected from these genres.
Yeah, for real though. Okay, so they're gonna end up either that, or like, would it be cuter maybe if like the love interest and the protagonist at the end, what if she's like, I will not go into business with you, but I will go on a date with you, like, because I could never go on a date with my boss or whatever.
Oh,
wouldn't that be cuter? I feel like that might be cuter, where she's like,
go into business with you, but I'll get in bed with you.
I'll go for a coffee. Whoa, Samantha. This is a short story.
Yes. I'm sorry, my brain is like processing. I'm like, so the short story could essentially, what you could do is just have the intro, just be him and a little bit of exposition as he's like really nervous about the interview, because if this falls through, then he's gonna have to like search for another like qualified witch, warlock, whatever, sorcerer.
Witches, like, clearly, like they don't want to be found, like the real ones who can do all the potions.
That or they're all in like their own little small shops and none of them want to go corporate, so it's just like hard to find one that wants to. So the intro is just him being all like, oh god, I really hope that this works out and everything. I can't brew a potion for shit, and like just complaining about his siblings and everything. And so then you give the exposition backstory that way and give hints into his personality and everything. And then love interest comes in, and through the interview, like the short story is just basically the interview. And then at the end of the interview, the love interest going, well, unfortunately, this isn't going to work for me. I just don't think we'd be good business partners. But I'm free next Tuesday if you'd like to grab a coffee. So,
Which does not solve the protagonist's original problem at all. So that's like kind of a huge cliffhanger to leave readers off on.
Oh, yes or no? It answers like the question. If the question becomes, will this interview like work out? Then it answers that question.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you don't necessarily have to, with a short story, you don't have to answer all the questions. You just have to answer the most important question, which when we take this from just a fantasy to kind of a meet cute romance, the question, the main important question changes from will the business go corporate to will they go on a date? So changing genres can change the question and the focus, which is why short stories are awesome to write.
So Stig got here. He said, I'm here, finally. What even is time zones and how do I math? You know what? We have discovered that math is actually a magical power. So it takes a lot of practice and focus. And then Audra said, oh my God, Skip Beat does that. I'm thinking about webtoon. And then Stig says, love interest and business. Is this a bakery story in the making? No. For the short story is that there's like a centuries old fortune making family or whatever, magic family, and the son that was the eldest or the youngest son?
The eldest. We could change it to the youngest, doesn't matter.
The eldest / youngest son wants to take the business corporate, and we're trying to figure out how to make that into a romance because we're both basic bitches who love romance. So yeah. So that's that.
Ho for romance, no shame.
No shame in this game, yo. I'm eating a ton of goldfish.
But what Steve was talking about was in my short story video when I talk about the question part of short stories. I was like, if you write a short story about two people from walks of life who want to open a bakery together, you have to answer whether or not they open a bakery together. What you don't have to answer is whether or not one of them that you have possibly foreshadowed and hinted at being supernatural is supernatural or not. You can just leave that cliffhanger. Are they a witch? Are they a werewolf? Did they just have a migraine that day? Who knows? You got options. So and he was like, now I want to write a bakery themed short story. I was like,
Big said Sam is a lot of things, but basic ain't one of them. You know, it's a turn of phrase. Neither one of us are basic, but you know, whatever.
I'm just a hoe for romance.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to do some writing sprints so other people may also work while you write your short story?
I do. This first one may just be like a brainstorming sprint though, because like now that we have like the beginning and the end, it's kind of like I have to figure out who the characters are because I need to know their motivations for things.
Oh,
I have no idea who they are.
An important and possibly controversial view of mine on short stories, we will see, is that world building is really not that important in a short story or flash fiction. Because one, you don't have a lot of words to set the world and the scene. And as long as you give enough information that your readers know what's going on in the scene, you don't have to like you could just say he's in a room and vaguely describe the room, and that's really
awkward. Yeah, just because I was kind of like, but as far as the characters, like you had talked about earlier, like character motivation is really important. So I'm kind of like,
characters are important.
I was like, I might need to know a bunch of crap about these characters so that I know like what informs their decisions. Not that it's even going to be written into the short story of ours, but you know. Whatever.
Sorry, one of my friends who's listening to the stream like just messaged me and went, basic no, bitch, yes. I love you too.
That's so funny. Yeah.
This is the friendships I cultivate.
True. Oh God. A whole story can be a guy in a room.
Yes, it can.
Yeah, John, my husband, with your shirtless, leather jacketed picture.
She's
You're
so
sitting off the screen.
salty.
I'm so jealous. I'm like, really should see that, but I should also highlight his comment and be a good wife.
I shouldn't ignore him, but also.
Right. Maybe I should start my bakery romance short too. Absolutely.
Do it. Do it.
Please, God, do it. Please.
All of the magic cooking things today.
Not as important. You're right. Currently titled House Moving Bakery for reasons unknown.
Oh my god, I sent so many werewolf puns about bakery when he told me. Oh. Okay, so do you have enough to start a brainstorming sprint? Did you have any other questions?
Not yet, but I'm sure I'll have like 87 once I attempt to do this brainstorming sprint. Also, for anyone who is I'm not even reading it out loud. I just can't. What the hell? What the hell?
The shade. The audacity.
Let's see. Since this is going to be, man, I was gonna see if they had like a timer that was like witchy, but they don't.
Oh, they do. I used it. Hold on.
I don't see it. Also, so for anyone in the chat who wants to do the same prompt, because like Sam said earlier, it's not about the idea, it's about the execution, and your execution could be totally different than ours. Sam, will you read the prompt again? And they can take it in a totally different direction if they want.
Am I writing a short story too? Because I was just going to critique while I
If you
wait.
want to. No, if you want to, you can do whatever you want. You're my guest, which means you have full control of my channel while we're here.
It's really my channel now. Okay, is that one witchy enough?
Let me see. I'm sorry. Let's see. Oh, this one's the Halloween one from last night?
Yep, but there's also this one, which I just found and think looks really thematic for our purposes.
No, gotta get the inspiration going, y'all. Yeah, let's do the second one because it's not the one that we used last night.
Yep.
And the prompt for everybody in the chat is Potions Inc. After centuries of perfecting magic potions, the oldest son decides to launch the family business of magic into the corporate world. ... So dramatic.
Dun, dun, dun.
I know, right? It's so dramatic. And let's see if I remember how to do things.
Goodbye, Deirdre.
I need some werewolf themed pastries. Don't we all?
I'll send you some names.
One of my favorite one acts is called No Exit. It's an existentialist concept of hell. Okay. Good night, Deidre.
See ya. Thanks for stopping by.
We love you so much. Thank you.
Also, I shamelessly encourage anybody to go read my flash fiction, Till Pizza Do Us Part, on my website, samanthanassett.com.
So pizza do we part? I like that. That's funny.
It's one of my favorites I've ever written.
Let's see if I remember how to do this. feel like every time that I do a live stream, I'm like, do I remember how to do any of the things on the live stream? And then I do remember, and I'm like, oh yeah, I had that knowledge. Okay, somewhere randomly.
It's awesome how that works.
Okay, so we'll have the end, which is won't go into business with you, but we'll go for coffee. And the scene is set during the interview, so I guess that's going to be in a room. We're in a room somewhere. And we don't care about that so much. Right now, it's a rough draft. Remember this, Lauren. Okay, so we're going to put 15 minutes on the clock. So anyone in the chat, if you're working on something other than a short story, like just to get some word count in or whatever, while I embarrass the hell out of myself, please let me know what you're working on so that we can reach you on for your goals. And if you want to join along with us, then please feel free. But yeah, we're going to go and do this in 3.
Lauren, you can hit the little theater square to make the video bigger.
Oh, this one?
Nope, I meant on the YouTube page.
Oh, girl, I didn't even think about that. I just don't even function sometimes. All right, we're going.
You're fine.
That music was distracting as hell. Sorry, everyone. All right.
Yo, yo, yo.
Doing what you're doing. Sing the song. All right, everybody.
Right. So first, we've been invaded.
Oh, hi, kitty. I like this invasion. Hi, kitty cat. You're so cute.
I was like trying to write in my planner, and she kept putting her paw on my bicep and like, Mom, give me attention.
Excuse me while I stuff my face with a chocolate wafer real quick. Guys. Like, I got a good bit done. How much did y'all get done on that sprint, people in chat? Let's see. Audra said she was working on her whip. She's in Act 3, starting a new chapter. She said that last night when we were doing writing sprints, and I told her that Act 3 is the fun part where everything goes to hell, and I stand by that statement. Yeah. And then Heather popped in and said, coming here to say hi and hit the like button. Thank you. We appreciate all the likes.
Thank you.
But I may stay as I have things to work on. Please do. We love having you, Heather. I laid some groundwork and wrote a synopsis for my short. All right.
Yes, we are here for synopsis. Synopsises. Synopsis.
So he got like probably way more done than I did. Only 58 words, but I was getting a new chapter started. Those may be the best words in your whole book. So, don't knock the 58 words. Words are words. 175 words. Dang. This is good. Let's see.
Everybody did good, though.
This is how much brainstorming I got done. It's a good book. I figured out the names for the protagonist and the love interest.
Is that their names?
No.
Or do they?
Okay, so the protagonist's name, I looked up Druidic names for men because I was like, his family would clearly name him something super witchy, right? Their eldest son. And so it was like Carrick, right? But then I imagined, I was like, okay, but literally, like, he had to go to college to get this business degree and stuff. And I was like, and he's so normal and he has no magic and he's not going to walk around in the world being called Carrick, right? So I think at a certain point he changed his name to Carl, but his mother like refuses to call him Carl.
I did not name you that. That is not what I am calling.
Right. So I think that that's like a thing. Like he was born as Carrick and he was like, I'm just an accountant, dude. My name is Carl. Like no one will know how to pronounce my name. I cannot put this on a business card. So,
my name is Carl.
Right. Right.
Carrick. I don't know who she's talking to.
Right.
You were just in my lap. What? Why? She got out of my lap so she could do this. Hold up.
Little kitty. Hello, little kitty. You're so cute. Or now the kitty is terrified of being on YouTube and looking away.
Do you want in the lap? You have to jump. She's like this rudeness.
And then I think that the love interest is a nurse.
Ooh.
By profession.
It's a great profession to have potions.
Right. So my thought is this. Her name is Rose, and she likes to garden, and she makes potions like at her house, and she works at a nursing home, and she's a nurse, and she makes potions that she like slips to her ailing patients to like brighten their day or just make them happy or, you know, ease a headache, whatever. Like she's just very, very sweet
She's
like
got
that.
she's got that one patient that every time she comes in, they're like, hey, you got the good stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, so that's who I imagine her to be. But I also imagine that because she's very like service oriented, like minded, she doesn't really have any interest in like making a lot of money or anything whatsoever in the corporate world. She just like likes her little life and like her stuff and whatever. And she loves anime and Thai food, and she's a vegetarian. And she really likes yoga, and she's afraid of elevators, and she's a cat person.
Yes. Here for all of it.
Meanwhile, Carl is the oldest brother of 3, because I feel like that's appropriate, considering the both of 3 siblings. He has no magic whatsoever. He went to business school. He's 27 years old, and his mother reminds him that he is 27 years old and not married all the time. He feels a lot of pressure from his mom, who's like the matriarch of the family and a very powerful sorceress. His biggest fear is of failure, clearly. His name is Carrick, but he changed it to Carl in college so that he could be like normal. Blend in. And he likes Will Ferrell movies, and he's a dog person. Yeah, so that's who he is in a nutshell. That's what I figured out about him. And then I thought of a couple like funny like moments and stuff to maybe include.
Yes.
I don't know, but those are just moments, so they might not happen. Whatever. But one of them is like I feel like when we start, it should be like right before he walked into the random room where he's doing this interview with Rose.
Okay.
And he's like, straightening his tie in the mirror and stuff. And his mom appears in the mirror, like scrying to him.
Oh,
and it's
I
like,
love that.
yes. Like, this has to go well, otherwise your brothers are going to be very upset and yada yada, blah blah blah. And he's like, Mom, my name is Carl. Like, leave me alone. I've got this. It's just an interview. Like, stop micromanaging me. And then he like goes in a little bit flustered into the interview because his mom was like nagging him right before. So we get like the basis for the family part of the whole potion shop thing. And then and then in the middle of the interview at some point, like when they're flirting or something, like I don't know, maybe he's actually being kind of smooth or something for a minute. And I imagine that there's like a glass of water on the table. His mom like pops in like scrying like in the
how's the interview going? Oh.
Yeah, in the glass of water. And she's like, what's taking so long? Is she gonna do it or not? Like whatever. And he's like, oh God. And she's like, was that your mother? Like, what kind of interview is this?
Is that your mom in your cup?
Yeah.
I have a bucket mom.
I thought that would be like a cute, funny moment or whatever. This is basically a rom-com now with magic, clearly. And I think that they literally argue about like everything because they're very different people, but it's like a playful arguing. I don't know. And then I think that from Rose's perspective, she likes how put together he appears for the interview because she's like, how can I ruffle you? You look unruffleable. Like, how can I ruffle you? Like, I want to make you embarrassed, and I want to make you nervous, and I want to ruffle your feathers. I feel like that's Rose in a nutshell. And I also put a note on here that Carl clears his throat and cracks his knuckles a lot when he's nervous, which I imagine he'll do a lot. And
I didn't notice I didn't realize somebody's knuckles could crack that many times.
They can. My husband does this thing where he like does this and they'll crack this way, and I'm like, how do you do that?
My dad can do that, and I like want to, but like mine just don't work.
Yeah. So that's what I accomplished during the brainstorming for the short story. And I don't know if any of that was helpful, but I feel like it could be.
I feel like you have a lot that you could use in the short story there, so. And even if you don't, you seem to have a solid idea of your characters and how you want it to go. So,
Yeah.
useful.
Well, I kind of know, I think like the beginning, and I know where we want to end up, but the journey of how to get there is foggy. So there's that.
Well, you could either plan out the middle more, or you could just like go by the fly. It's not the phrase, but that's how my brain went.
Go check the chat. I finished the chapter from yesterday and sent it to my CP on a new chapter today. Okay, well, that's awesome. You're rocking and rolling. Thanks so much, Florence Veer. That was a lot of brainstorming. Yeah, it was. It was a lot. It turned into a gay paranormal romance about two high school friends moving back to their home and then deciding to open a bakery together in their small southern town, Charles and Holden. I like that idea.
That's adorable.
But will they manage to have everything in order for the grand opening tomorrow? Dun, dun, dun.
The answer is
Okay,
no.
100% here for the scrying water glass mother. Sounds very fun and cutesy. Yeah, I just imagine like poor Carl has like doesn't that sound like a name that's just like poor Carl? It just works, you know? I don't know.
It's especially funny to me because I have a friend who, like, when we were in group role plays and stuff, he would have three default names for characters. Steve, Greg, or Carl. No matter what the setting was, those were just his things. So I just think of the Carl, his character, and
yeah. So I don't know. I kind of feel like poor Carl has like, so he's the oldest son, so he's expected to kind of like take over the family business, but he has never had any magic, and no matter what they have done to try and help him, like he's never gotten any magic. So like clearly he's a normal person and not magical. So he literally said, okay, well, how else could I take over the family business? Which is super creative, actually.
I appreciate that they still want him to take over the business, even though he has no magic. They're like not treating him any differently. It's still, nah, son, you gonna do it.
Yeah. So like he's, I think, felt an enormous sense of pressure his whole life. So he literally was like, I know what I'll do. I'll go to business school and I'll learn how to make this the best business ever, since I can't actually do the magic bit or whatever. And so like that is so much hard work, and like it's so creative for him to like think outside of the box like that. So I like Carl already. But poor baby, he just like can't seem to catch a break. I feel like, you know, like he got out of college and he's been out of college like a year or so, and he's like, I have no idea how to do this. Like, I need help.
I don't know what I'm doing. And then the person he finds to help doesn't want to help because they just want to go out with him.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, it could so be a novel. This could be a novel.
Or it can be a short story.
I know. But like I have so many ideas now. It's the problem.
So, what do you want your word limit to be? Do you want it to be 7,500? Do you want it to be 3,000?
I have no idea. I feel like this. I feel like let's say 7,500 so that I can't go over 7,500. But if I do it in less than that, then I get a cookie.
Okay.
Because like I want to try and make it like as succinct as possible while still being entertaining and still like, you know, being like fully rounded and like fleshed out and whatever. So I don't want to say like, oh, it has to be 3,000 words, and then if I have 30, if I have like 3,500, then I'll be like, oh, I didn't do it. Like I don't want to beat myself
That's
up.
fair.
Yeah. So because I'm not used to writing short things, I'm used to writing long things. So yeah, I feel like we'll say 7,500, but if I do it in less than that, then I'll just really pat myself on the back
And get a cookie.
and get a cookie.
We
I'll give
would
myself
agree.
a cookie. Also, the name Carl will forever be said in that llama meme.
Carl. What if his siblings? I want his siblings to be like that now.
No, that's Charlie, not Carl.
Carl, that kills people.
Totally messed that one up. Let's see here. Why is this happening to me?
Chrissy sent me a bunch of photos from the fantasy shoot right as you started telling me about your story. So I was like, I must listen, but also I want to look at all of them. So
There's a couple that I saw from it looked really awesome. Really awesome. I kind of feel like the only problem is with like cutesy like comedy romance things or whatever, kind of like this story. Like the problem comes in with like chemistry.
yes, there does need to be chemistry for people too.
Chemistry, but like sometimes if you're writing chemistry and it doesn't like flow naturally, then it's like super forced, then it's like this is not a good story at all.
Yes.
What I want to know actually too, I guess before I even start writing it, is like, so the character of Rose, she's like a nurse at a nursing home, and she has like probably at least 3 cats and a wonderful garden at home, and she she loves animals. And so I'm sure that she has at least 3 cats who live at home with her, and she probably has tons of strays that she feeds. That's just how I imagine her. Very warm and hospitable and an animal person and all that good stuff. Oh my God, wait. Audra. Why do you make me jealous of you all the time? Stopped my train of thought when I saw that. I was like, dang it, I want to be in Scotland right now. Anyway, now that my heart got crushed a little bit because I want to be in Scotland.
I'm sorry.
So one of my things that I want to know, I think, before I start, trying to knock us out with like another word sprint is, why is Rose there? Like she has a job, she has a life, she likes her friends. Why is she in the room? What's her motivation for being in this interview if she really doesn't have any interest in like the corporate world and doing these potions and stuff? So like that's something I'm trying to figure out, I think.
What if she's friends with one of the siblings who's all like, if you could go and like help my brother out, even if it's just part-time for a while, that would like, because I know he's having it rough with mom right now. So like,
right, mom's like, you're not married and what are you doing?
It's like the siblings attempt to help them out that backfires in one direction.
Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. It could go one of 2 ways.
It could go however you want. I'm just throwing things out.
Maybe her grandmother knew magic and Rose wants to reconnect with her roots. Yeah. The grandmother could be a connection as to who he gets to brew the potions at the end of the story.
She just goes, so by the way, I can't actually make potions. That would be a great twist. Like, by the way, I know I went through this whole interview, but I can't brew potions. However, my grandmother needs something to do in retirement, and she's great at them.
But I'm free next Tuesday if you want to take me for a coffee.
I'll introduce you to Grandma after.
I like this twist. I like that a lot. Oh, UK weather. Anything to escape the southern heat, huh, Lauren? Yes, that and I literally have Edinburgh weather on my phone. Like I'm obsessed with Scotland. I want to live there forever, always, forever. What are you doing? My phone is blowing up, actually. Hold up. Wait a minute. Yeah, wait. See? Look, it says Edinburgh.
Oh, I love that picture.
Oh, thanks. That was when my baby was like a little baby, actually. He's not a little baby anymore. He's going to be 2 at the end of the month. He's a little boy now.
Wait, at the end of the month? When's his birthday?
August 23rd.
I don't know if that's a Leo or a Virgo.
I don't remember. I looked it up once.
He's a borderline baby.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe she just discovered magic and wants to investigate further. Maybe she just has a scientific interest in the subject as a nurse. LOL. I kind of like the grandma thing. Like, I like the idea that, like, at the end, the twist is that maybe the reason that she has the garden and stuff is like, yeah, I'm sure I could brew potions like if I learned, but I've never learned how to do it. Like this garden is really because my grandmother comes over and brews potions for my patients, and like I slip
I
them
just grow
through,
them.
you know, kind of thing. Yeah. So, but the question kind of does remain, like, why is she in the room? You know, like how did he find out that she was even a witch? Like in the first place, kind of thing. Like, what's the connection there that she got this interview? And I'm assuming he's had other interviews that have gone very poorly. Like probably that's something that mom will say in the scrying mirror, like before he walks in, like don't make me like, you know, try to track down, you know, a charm to, you know, uncurse you like last time or whatever. Like, you know, remember, don't ask a sorceress her age. She never wants to tell you that or something, you know, like something stupid.
It could be anything as simple as she's just curious. Maybe she's never seen an ad like that before.
Yeah, what if he took an ad out? That's what I'm thinking. Like, what if he took an ad out and she's just like, yeah, I gotta meet this guy. Or like, what if it was a really bad ad too? He doesn't know.
She's just like, I didn't think this could be real at all. I just thought you were fucking with people, and I was really curious.
Let's see. I think that's Virgo. Yeah, you might be right. I haven't looked it up in like a while. I'm confused who's interviewing who and why. Okay, I have to actually mute the chat real quick with the Wednesday night AuthorTube sleepover people because they are having fun in this chat and it keeps in the middle. I'm just gonna mute them for like an hour and then I'll catch up later. That way y'all don't keep hearing dinging noises the whole stream. So Carl is interviewing Rose because he is trying to take his family's potion making and make it into a corporate business. And he put out an ad for a witch to be his like potion master, I don't know, person, potion maker person to like launch the business with because he needs help doing it. And his family, I think maybe they live really far away from him. So he's trying to like set up a base company like where he lives because of course they can always scry him. So it's like whatever. I mean, they could FaceTime him, but I'm sure that scrying is more fun. Anyway.
It's cheaper too. You don't gotta pay a phone bill or anything.
Oh my God, this is a good idea.
Maybe she rates interviewers. It's a hobby of hers. She just goes in there.
She's this really nice girl who works as a nurse in a nursing home and loves to destroy people's reputations on Yelp.
I was about to say, it's like, by day, mild-mannered nurse, Rose. By night, Yelp Avenger.
Cold-hearted interviewing rating bitch. Yes.
She destroys the reputations of bad companies everywhere.
So funny. So yeah, I do like that. Maybe her grandmother was the one who sent her on the interview.
Can I help you?
Like if you put out an ad or whatever, maybe the grandmother saw it and like circled it, and she was like, "Hey, I need you to go on this interview for me.
Just go check it out. Let me know
I've got
if
bingo.
I got better things to do with my time."
Right. Just check out if it would be like a viable thing for me for my retirement, because I stay with you. I'm annoying you with your
I've got a coven meeting in like 10 minutes.
I feel like though she would probably be going to like play Pacino or bingo or something. She'd be like, "Look, I really think this time I will win at bingo."
Look, my motherfucking Judy always beats me at bingo. I swear she's cheating with magic, and I will beat her fair and square. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. So grandma's like, "I need you to go on this interview for me." So she's like aware of magic and stuff, but she just doesn't practice it. Let's see if Amazon can start in a garage. So can concoctions by Carl. Maybe her grandmother is also tired of 27-year-old single Rose hanging around her herb garden all the time. Yes. She's like, "I need you to go on this interview with me because I really need you to get out of the house.
I need you to not be here all the time.
Okay, I play bridge with her cow pals. Yes. Well, what is it you're doing, Grandma, that you can't go on an interview for a job for yourself?
Pinochle.
Important business. Important business.
And pina coladas.
Yeah. Playing bingo with Ethel and Ruth and Martha. God damn it, Martha.
That cheating bitch.
Every time. I swear to God, she has a charm hidden under that ugly ass robe she wears.
I swear, I know where it is. Her shawl is like hiding some runic jewelry. I just know it. Who wears a shawl in 90-degree weather?
I like her grandma better than I like Rose. It's like the Golden Girls if they were witches. Oh, Grandma is definitely a mojito gal. Something about those homegrown mint leaves. Look, if this was set in the South, it would be mint juleps. Mint juleps and canasta.
I imagine she like drinks the like old granny drink when Rose is around, and then Rose leaves and she just pulls out the glass bottle and pours the bourbon in. She's like, oh, good stuff.
If the Golden Girls practiced the dark arts, it would be the grandmother, because I'm convinced that she is brewing up a curse for damn Martha and her cheating ass. Heather's laughing at us. That's funny. Okay, so what did we actually accomplish other than having fun?
Well,
sense of these fictional characters.
Hopefully, we've inspired you for your next part of brainstorming, because there's been a lot of ideas thrown around, and now you get to decide if you want to use any of them or just do something completely different.
Well, and so like the thing is too that like the motivation and stuff, is more important for the action on page instead of like I don't have to explain any of this about her grandmother at all.
Yeah.
You know, like this is all stuff that we can all just know because it's the internet and it's forever. But like on page, like it can just be Rose like fucking with Carl because she's not even the one that the interview is for. Like, you know, and that'll be funny and cute at the end when she's like, by the way, my name is not Ethel, you know. I'm Rose. I came on this interview for my grandmother. She'd love to take the job because all she does is day drink and play bridge with her friends. So she really needs to get out of the house. But I'm free on Tuesday if you want a coffee.
Yes.
Like I don't know how you really thought my name was Ethel, but okay. He's like, well, mine was Sarah before I changed it.
She's just like, I don't judge people anymore. My name's not really Carl.
Let's see. I now want a Golden Girls Witch Edition. Don't we all? Oh my God, Blanche Devereaux with magic powers. Yes. Yes. No, Sophia with magic powers. God help us all.
Blanche would just be like,
1912. And now we're there.
Blanche would just be like, well, you see, I now use this perfume that releases a man's natural desires. No man can lie in my presence.
Blanche, did you brew another love potion? We told you you weren't allowed to do that anymore after the incident at the nightclub.
Well, I just like the way they make me smell.
I am a lady.
I would never.
I would never. How could you even say? How could you even suggest that all of this was just a glamour?
This is my natural hair.
Y'all, I can't. What even happened to this stream? Carl can't cry, so how would he know that? Know what? I'm confused.
What?
Huh? Picture it. Salem 1692. Yes. Exactly. That's amazing. That's amazing. Okay. So I feel like I know where I'm beginning, I know where I'm ending, and I know a couple of midpoints. And now that I know like why Rose is in the room, and I know why Carl's in the room. Like we always knew why Carl was in the room. I feel like that helps a little bit. What else do I need before I actually start trying to work through a first draft here? Probably nothing. I'm stalling, huh? Am I stalling? You might be stalling if.
You may be stalling if your internet freezes on you and helps you to stall.
I'm back. Back. Okay, so how would he know that Rose's name isn't Ethel?
No, that's what he's saying. Carl can't scry, so how would he know that Rose? The joke is that Ethel is not a common name in America anymore.
Yeah,
has not
more
been commonly used
among people of
60, like 60 to 80.
Yeah, you know,
yeah, it's
not
just
like
a name that got a favor.
Young person's name. It's like a grandma name. So like the joke is like she'd be like, "You really thought my name was like Ethel?" And he'd be like, "You know, my mom named me Carrot. I don't judge." Whatever, you know. I'm sorry.
All right, are you ready? You gotta put our timer up.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Oh.
My glasses are crooked, and I just noticed.
Okay, so I'm muting this timer, by the way. Was it super annoying that
Because you were muted, we couldn't hear it.
I couldn't concentrate? Could not concentrate. I'm actually going to pull up a Google Doc. When I brainstorm, I like to write it out by hand, but when I draft, I like to type because I'm faster at that and I can read it. Whereas sometimes I can't read my own handwriting if I'm really excited and go too fast.
Oh, excuse me.
I need a title for this instead of like untitled short story. Too.
Did the prompt have a title? Because we could just do that.
I think I'm just gonna steal that for now.
Potions Inc. is the prompt title.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal that for now.
Okay. Most of my whips are titled after song lyrics. So
Any last words for me? Any last words of advice?
you got this. You got this. You know your plot. You can write your story.
I already though. Did you see like my wheels were turning and I was like, how am I gonna keep this at 7,500 words? Like that's
all right.
things that I want to write about now. Oh, so crazy. Watch, I'm gonna write the short story and then later I'm gonna turn it into a novel.
I mean, that's entirely possible. A lot of my short stories, one of the most common complaints / requests is just write the damn novel.
Yeah, like watch, I'll turn it into my next nano project and then it'll be an actual book and I'll be like, damn it. And then there's like 4 more afterwards.
But it started as a short story and you successfully wrote a short story. It doesn't have to stay that way.
Okay, so we're gonna get started with another sprint. Tell us all what you're working on. If you haven't done that already, so that we can cheer you on and stuff. And we are going to start in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, no, stop.
All right, everybody. That is 15 whole minutes.
Hey, I'm doing random general tiny tasks, so. Also, I apologize if my laptop like shakes or anything. Like I said, my husband and I are camping out in the living room right now, so he's doing his ring fit, and it makes the table vibrate a little bit.
Tell us all what you did, how you did, all the things. Everyone in the chat.
Heather was asking you how to do the custom URL, I believe.
Among other things. Oh,
I think you go to
Heather's reading my art. Hey, Lauren Spear, do you remember how to do this short link thing for your channel? I heard about this when I got to 100 subs, but I didn't get around to doing it. So I don't remember how I did it. I know that there's a way to claim your custom URL. I think it's in
you go to
settings.
It's in YouTube Studio, then you go to settings.
Yeah. And then it's like you claim your custom URL or whatever. But I don't remember exactly how to do it.
You can alternatively, you can type into Google how to claim a custom URL for YouTube, and then it'll probably like give you a link directly to the page to do it. That's how I do most things.
Yeah.
That's how I do most of my YouTube things. I just ask Google where the page is.
Yeah. I did it like over a year ago. So I really don't remember. And I think that the YouTube interface changed a lot since I claimed mine, just because like we were in a different YouTube studio at the time. So like, I don't really know where to go to do that now. But that's what I did when I claimed mine, is I Googled it and it literally was like, go here, do this, go here, do this. I was like, cool, got it.
It's super convenient. It just links you to the page. Are you going to leave us screen sharing with the timer?
Oh, crap. Thanks for reminding me how terrible I am at this whole live stream thing.
You're fine.
My couple is now making moon pies for the opening. Oh, I love that. I learned how to use Canva for an Insta post. I like Canva.
Nice.
I do like Canva.
I have a love-hate relationship with Canva because I like that it gives me the lines and snaps things, but then also sometimes it snaps things when I don't want it to, and I'm like,
yeah. I worked on cleaning up some copy I wrote about my channel to be a featured author tuber on the AuthorTube Academy group page. That's awesome.
Ooh, nice.
I knew how to do fancy things like that. You're so fancy. Good point. I'm so sorry. I was so not helpful to that question at all, Heather. I apologize. I just did it so long ago that I'm like, I really wouldn't even know how to do it now, with the new YouTube studio and stuff. Because the second that I got my 100th sub, I was like, how do I do it? Where do I do it? I'm doing it.
Same. I got my 100th sub, and then I was like, I had to do something else, but Fox, who does my website stuff primarily for me, he was just like, where's the URL so I can update the website? And I'm like, okay, I'll go do it now then, I guess. I was going to do it in like an hour, but.
Yeah, no, I literally was like, I have 99. I have 99. I'm waiting. I'm refreshing. I know I'm going to get this 100 subs.
I had a weird paranoia about it because I was like, if I get to 100 subs and then I claim the URL and then I go back down to 99 subs, will it take it from me? Should I wait till I'm at 101 just to be safe?
No, the second I got 100, I was like, I am blaming you. So yeah, that was a long time ago because I was psychotic about it. And let's see, how many words have I written on my thing since we're doing that right now?
8,000. I'm just messing with you. Look, you can't.
I wrote 397 words.
And how far did that get you plot-wise?
Not even past the first scene with his mother in the mirror.
That's not too bad, though. I would expect that to probably take around 500 to 600, guesstimating.
Yeah.
So.
I did have like a couple of things in here that I thought were cute or whatever. Like literally the first line is, "This has to work," I whisper under my breath as I straighten the tie my brother got me as a graduation gift last fall. And then he like goes on to be like, "It was the most normal thing that anyone in my family has ever gifted me, so I guess that's why I'm wearing it." And then there was another line that I was kind of proud of. Let's see. Where is it?
Stieg is saying that he's got to go because he needs to get some sleep.
No, Stieg! No! I also got chocolate. Maybe that's why I waited so long. And so I forgot. Fair. That's fair. I'm going to love you and leave you trying to catch some sleep so I can get up at a reasonable hours tomorrow and get some whip writing done because this girl has been slacking so far this week. Thanks for a fun stream and some nice groundwork for my Para-Romance Bakery Bonanza. I want to read your Para-Romance Bakery Bonanza when you're done with it. Just FYI.
Yes, do it. Exchange short stories.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks
so
for stopping
much. I am so excited that you were here. My family lived in Norway for a few years whenever my older sister was born in Norway and lived there for like her first 2 years of life. They lived in Stavanger and they ate a lot of chocolate and they skied a lot. That's like what my mom says. She was like, I did nothing. It was so cold. I just ate chocolate and was like, I guess it's time to have a baby.
Am I your mom? That sounds like something I would say.
Language.
It was too cold to exist, so I just ate chocolate.
It was really cold. So I ate a lot of chocolate and I drank a lot of beer. And then I was like, you know what? We're newlyweds. Let's have a baby. Let's see. It's too late in Norway. It's 4 a.m. here. Yeah, go to bed. Go to bed. Food from the night owl. Yeah, for real. Golly.
So like I feel like I'm in a slight horror because I see Artemis like right here and I'm just waiting for her tiny paw to start grabbing my bicep again. And it's just like every time.
I'm trying to find that line that I really liked that I wrote. So then I wrote something like, this is the mom talking. Her resume was the best I've seen yet. And don't forget what happened last time. She stared down at me, her lips pursed in a way that pinked my cheeks at the memory. Last time was, it won't happen again, I said, towards the room in front of me.
Yeah. I love that. Last time was, it won't happen again. Yeah. Just stop. Nope. Never mind. Just don't worry.
Yeah. And then it goes, I said, turning towards the room in front of me and whispering a silent prayer that the witch I interviewed this time wasn't as curse happy as the last one. Sometimes when I coughed too loudly, I could still hear the slight rivet in the sound. I shivered visibly. So he got turned into a frog last time. I was like, that's cute. I was like, that's a cute little whatever. And then like the mom said something about like, your brothers are getting antsy. They want to know if we're going to incorporate soon. Like Rowan wants to go off to the Bermuda Triangle to learn sea magic from mermaids. And like, he doesn't want to go off for that long until he knows like the family business is gonna be okay. And I'm like, that's cute. He literally is like, I want to be the Little Mermaid. I want to learn sea magic from the mermaid. And I'm like, I love you.
I have goals in life. I can't do them until I know you're okay.
Right. He's like, look, I'm gonna be gone for like a while. Like mermaids are notoriously like, crafty creatures. So tracking them down is gonna probably take a minute. I'm gonna need to know that like the family business ain't gonna fall apart while I'm off sailing in the Bermuda Triangle. Audra says it's 7 p.m. in California. I have a craft beer from a local brewery. Share, please. Please.
Yes.
Place pause theme. You mean Jaws theme? Da-na, da-na. Yeah.
Or is it like the meow mix?
Meow, 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 meow,
I mean, not nearly as terrifying, but
LMAO, I love the frog thing. Yeah, I was kind of proud of that. I was like, why would he be scared of that? Oh, he got turned into a frog. So yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. Like, he's about to be like, Mom, let me do this interview, and like go in to meet our love interest, Rose. Like that's where I'm. So that is what I got done during that writing sprint. Kind of most of the first scenes, I think. Yeah.
it sounds like you're off to a good start.
The problem is though, I'm having too much fun and I want it to be really long. Cause like just this, I was like, oh, I have so many tangents I want to go off on and yada yada. And I was like, no, don't, Lauren, don't. And then right after the ribbit thing, it was like the mom said, and I like this too a lot, because I think this is going to be kind of the last thing Mom says before Carl's like, I gotta go or whatever. But so it was like sometimes when I cough too loud, I could still hear the slight rivet in the sound. I shivered visibly. And then she says, well, it better not. You have much more important things to do after all, like giving me grandchildren. Like poor Carl can't catch a break. This woman is like, look, could you incorporate the business and get married and give me grandchildren already? And he's like,
I need you to incorporate the business and incorporate the family.
right.
We need a new heir.
Right. Like, Mom,
can't count on your brothers for grandkids.
Do all of that in one day.
One wants to be a mermaid, so even if he has kids, they maybe have fish. Can't run the business without fish.
Dang it, Carl. It's like saying his name in a disapproving tone. It seems appropriate. And she doesn't call him Carl. She calls him Carrick. And he's like, Mom, I told you 4 years ago I changed my name to Carl. What's that got to do with me?
Oh my God, that's such a Southern mom thing to do. What's that got to do with me?
Well, we don't know where in the world they are. They could be in the South. We don't know.
I love all of the matriarchs in this short story. I require their autobiographies.
Yeah, exactly. See, so much opportunity to make it into a book.
A compendium of short stories about the matriarchs. It just starts with this one, and then the next one
about Carl. So Carl's a matriarch.
Oh, yes. So this one's about Carl, and then like Carl sits down with Ethel, and then she like tells him her story. Picture it, Salem.
1692. I was about to say 1962. Woo,
so was I, actually. And then I was like, wait, that doesn't sound right. Something is off.
Oh, that's a whole other trip. For real, though. Oh, God, that's hilarious. Acid trip, Salem in the 1960s. The hallucinations you might have.
I swear, the guillotines came alive again. Yes, because you hexed them.
I don't know
maybe I
why.
had that
There was this
mushroom.
girl, and she got really high in the middle of Salem and kept calling out for some guy named Thackeray Binks and saying that a virgin should not light the black flame candle. It seemed very ominous.
It's really weird. We
There was
haven't
some
used
girl from
black flame
California,
candles.
she's a scriptwriter apparently.
We got that one old wish, like, we haven't used black flame candles since Mesopotamia.
Who would be stupid enough to do that? Wes Anderson bitches are so annoying. It's all a bad name.
All right. Is everybody ready to do another one?
Possibly. What are you going to be working on? I have totally forgotten to ask you that like twice now.
It's okay. Well, one thing I forgot my migraine was kind of in and out yesterday, so I forgot to do my Clever Fox, so I'm catching that up. And then I got to fill it out for today.
Gotcha.
Because I'm a Virgo and my days have to be filled out or I'm dissatisfied. And also was chatting with Chrissy because she had told me that she uploaded more of the fantasy photos, which I sent to you.
Yeah.
And then we started talking about webtoons. That was very. I was not a good writer. Last sprint, we were talking about webtoons.
I love my lip balm, but it makes me look like so much more put together than I actually am in life. It's kind of like yoga pants that are like disguised to look like dress pants, but they're like yoga pants comfortable. Life hack. Just saying. Lip balm with tint and yoga pants that are disguised as dress pants. Do it, people. Okay. So another 15-minute sprint. I have no freaking clue where this is headed because he's about to meet Rose, who is disguised as Ethel. How do we decide Ethel? Because I think like Stig said Esther, and I'm kind of wondering Esther or Ethel. Does anyone in the comments have a preference for grandma's name? Yeah, I'll give you all a minute to vote. Esther or Ethel? Which one sounds more grandmotherly and less young person name?
Esther or Ethel? Which one sounds older? My husband looks so confused.
Yeah.
He said Ethel, so that's his vote.
Anyone else have any preference? Anyone? We're going to take a poll here. CB says Esther.
Yay, Clever Fox.
Audra says her Clever Fox shipped. And that was her dad's vote, was Esther. Well, what's your vote, CB? Are you Esther or Ethel fan? Tell us. Tell us what you feel sounds older. So, like, the only thing I don't like about Esther is a biblical name, and that seems a little counterproductive to someone who is probably Wiccan. Right? Not that, like, the meaning of name
is religious.
Anything, but
what, babe?
Esther is religious. Ethel smokes and drinks.
I don't know.
She's a fun grandma. What my dad says. Yeah, see, the whole point of this grandma is that she wants her granddaughter out of the house. So she made her go on this job interview for her because she wants to day drink and play Pekino with her gal pal. Esther is my 20-year-old main character's name. Okay, so I think we're pretty decided that grandma's name is going to be Ethel. So I'm about to, I guess, start writing the scene where Carl finally gets rid of his mother, who's scrying in the mirror.
My vote was Ethel for the very simple reason that was I Love Lucy's neighbor's name.
That's part of why I thought of it, actually.
I love that.
That's kind of why I thought of it. Like, I was kind of like, you know, Ethel seems like I was thinking like Lucy, Ruth, Martha, Ethel, or whatever. And like Ethel, I kind of thought of because of that. That's really funny. Wow, great minds. I swear, me and Samantha have decided after talking until like midnight last night after the last stream, that we're the same person. Just I'm the Louisiana version and she's the Tennessee version. And we literally have like, we're like
So
on the opposite ends of the spectrum on so many things, but we're still the same person. So, you know, there's that. Because that makes sense. So Ethel. So Rose is going to be pretending to be her grandmother Ethel for this interview. And Carl is finally going to get rid of his mother and start the interview. And it needs to start off, I think, on an awkward foot. Because Rose is kind of going to be laughing at him the whole time. Yeah, I think that's kind of probably the direction we need to go in.
from what I caught, it sounds good. Sorry, Chris was asking me a question.
It's okay. Yeah, I was just saying, like, I think that he needs to get rid of his mom, go into the interview room, and then like he needs to start off like awkwardly and on the wrong foot, but in like a way that makes Rose kind of like laugh about it or whatever, because she's not really even Ethel anyway. So yeah.
He like trips over his own words a few times.
He probably trips
like,
over
Ethel, that's a really classic name. Classic is the nice way to say old. I mean, classic. Yes, it's a very nice name. And she's just like,
like,
okay,
all right. So Ethel. Okay. Just making sure. Ethel, got it.
You don't look like an Ethel.
Like he wants to say it.
Look like?
Got it. Ethel, right. Do you have a last name, Ethel? Because I'm stuck on the Ethel part. Okay, let me pull this timer up again. Timer. At the end, which would be a very short sprint. The non-existent sprint is what it would be.
Say, and go. So, how did everybody do?
Right. Okay, so we're gearing up for another 15-minute sprint. I'm going to try and get to the actual meet cute part and figure that out. And that's what's happening. All right. So we are going to be starting the sprint in 3, 2, 1. All right, everyone. That was 15 minutes. That went by too fast. Too fast.
I forgot to unmute.
I got stuck. I got Carl into the room with Rose, being an awkward person. And now I'm stuck on like Rose's first line. I wrote a few of them and deleted them because I want it to be something like cute and quippy and funny and whatever to like start the banter, but I can't figure out exactly what I want it to be. That's where I'm stuck. But I'm at 668 words, so I got another like 300 words, which I feel like is me writing too much. I don't know. Trying to keep it
600 is good. Getting to the start of the conversation in 600 words was, I think, roughly what I guesstimated. That your first scene would be about 500. So I've been doing this for a while, and it shows.
Yeah, so I'm just like, now I'm just trying to figure out like what Rose's first line should be, I guess. Because he makes a total idiot of himself literally in the first few seconds of meeting her. So, you know, fun times. Oh, I need to get the timer off.
You can always write a not so great line that gets across what you want it to, and then come back and edit it later after you've written more of her dialogue and are more comfortable with her speaking. Or you can open up another document and just like type out a conversation between her and her grandma to get more comfortable with her voice.
That's smart. I might have to do that. I might have to do that. That's so smart. Why are you so smart all the time? Yeah.
Because I've been doing this for 18 years, Lauren. 18.
Girl, this is why I was like, can you teach me to write not a novel? Like short story, what is that?
We just do a monthly series. Sam talks about writing this.
Right, pretty much. Hey, if y'all like that, tell us. It could be a thing. Yeah, so like kind of where we left off or whatever, like his mom was like, you have more important things to do, like give me grandchildren, and he was all disgusted and like turning away from her, and he was like, God, stop scrying on me, Mom, instead of spying on me.
He just grabs a random stray cat from the alley and goes, this is my child now.
And he's like, I'll call you when I'm done with the interview. I said over my shoulder before heading into the room and attempting to shake off the discomfort of the conversation from my shoulders. With a click, the door sounded behind me, and I looked down to reference the resume in my hand. So it says here that you've been a practicing potion master for the last 104 years, Mrs. Looking up straight into the warm hazel eyes of a beautiful young woman, I stumbled over my own feet and landed halfway on the chair in a heap of elbows and knees.
This format.
Face burning, I rose from my less than dignified position to sit shakily across the table, only to realize that I'd forgotten to pick up the resume from the floor. Clearing my throat awkwardly to cover the shifting air in my throat, because I say throat 100 times in that sentence, I bent to retrieve it.
Editing.
I know, I'm editing as I'm reading it. I bent to retrieve it and desperately searched the now crumpled sheet for her name, Mrs. I scanned the paper, wondering why I couldn't find her name. Mrs. Ethel? The name tumbled from my lips like a question, and when I looked up to confirm her name, I realized she'd stuffed her bottom lip between her teeth and was biting back an amused grin. Yeah, so that's how it started. So now he's like,
that got across what you said you wanted to with the whole cute, awkward.
Yeah. And
sorry,
so yeah, he's kind of like he's like nervously trying to like wipe his clammy hands on his dress pants like under the table or whatever. And she needs to say something, and it needs to be like funny and cute and like, yeah. So I just need to figure out what it is. Let's see. I wasn't motivated to write, so I started a new webtoon. Acceptable.
Wait, which
Lauren.
one? You said the new one.
Lauren, of course he does that. All of the everything that he does, of course he does all of those things. Of course he falls over himself. Of course, when he finally rights himself and is sitting in his little suit and tie, he's like, oh, the resume is on the floor and I don't know her name. And of course, whenever he finds her name, he's like, Ethel? Really? Hey, all, just doing a flyby like on your video. Oh, thank you, Caro. We appreciate you
all
so
likes.
Cat. And then Heather says cute. CB says smooth, which Carl is not. Nay, nay. Nay, nay.
Nay, I say, nay.
LOL. A literal Prince Charming. Sure. If they're accountants.
No, a
Prince
Prince Charming who can handle the finances. Sexy.
You know, if he could cook. Yeah.
That's all I need. Just
need
handle
to
the finances, cook, occasionally clean.
Yeah. So you basically, we're saying what we want in a man is a housewife.
I mean, if it
I'm
fits,
so sorry, but that's amazing to me. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. My dear cold-blooded king. Cold-blooded king? What? He's cold-blooded. I sang Cold-Blooded to the tune of Foreigner's Hot-Blooded, and I just have to say I'm disappointed in myself.
Cold-blooded.
I just have to say I'm disappointed in myself. Just have to say that out loud.
You're fine.
How could I do that to Foreigners? Wonderful song. Hot-blooded, check it in. I got a fever of 103. So I need suggestions for like what Rose can say to him because I'm stuck on that.
All right.
Like if you were a chick at this interview and this awkward, bumbly, kind of cute guy like literally falls into your lap here, into your life, and he's just super embarrassed, and you are there for your grandmother and you just want to fuck with the dude, like what would you say?
I haven't been to an interview like this in 80 years.
I like typed this sentence and then I deleted it because I was like, no. And it was something about like glamour magic. My glamour magic must be like really good or whatever. You know, and I was just like, no, like that's a little weird.
Last time a man felt like that, I was auditioning for a brothel.
Luckily, my husband is a great housewife. We've been joking about that for years. You know, my husband has been popping in on this chat. And he's actually a really great house husband. He works shift work for the fire department. So like there are days where he's just completely off of work, like in the middle of the week, and he takes care of the baby and he like cooks and does laundry and stuff because he's just wonderful. And I have to say,
yeah, I was 100% just goofing earlier. Chris actually handles most of the cooking at the moment. So, like, he made a rack of lamb earlier today, and he does the dishes every day. I haven't done dishes since like January.
He wins. He just wins. He made a freaking rack of lamb for dinner. Like, who does that? Like, who does that? Chris does that.
He does.
Like, who does that? It's a Tuesday evening. Oh, rack of lamb.
Well, like, he was like, hun, Aldi's is selling lamb. And I was like, they're selling lamb? And he went, yeah. And I was like, well, let's try it. And then I said I wanted to try to cook the lamb because I've never made lamb before. I mean, and neither has he. And he was like, cool. But I woke up with my sinuses drained and a really shitty migraine, and I rolled over and I went, you can cook the lamb. And he was like, okay, I guess I'm cooking the lamb. So
Now I want that to be somewhere in my short story. Now I'm cooking the lamb. How can we fit it in? Dang it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm still trying to figure out what Rose says to him. Because he's like, Ethel? Really?
oh, she maybe. Oh, my friends call me Ethel. Interviewers should call me Mrs. whatever, like her last name is.
We gotta come up with a last name for Ethel.
That, or she could just like be like not a direct lie, but a lie of omission, where she's just like, actually, I go by Miss, and like presumably she has the same last name as her grandmother.
Yeah.
So then it's just like, I'm Miss Surname, and then he's like, oh, okay.
He says Mrs. because like, so I actually wrote, so stupid. I wrote like the answers to the resume questions. It was like name, Ethel, like age, and I put 207, and occupation, potion master for the last 104 years or something, and then like something else. And so I wrote all that out just so I could have like some fodder for like the dialogue or whatever. And I was like, wait, our grandma is legit like over 200. I guess it isn't abnormal because she's a witch, but you know, so I thought that was kind of funny because he's like, so I see that, like, you know, you've been a potion master for 104 years, and he looks up and he's like, dang, she's hot. Wait, she's 104. He like falls over himself.
It's like, oh wait, she's probably I don't know what to do here.
Right, like she's really good looking, but that's real weird. Kind of thing. And then he's like, question mark, which I don't know why he would be confused, other than the fact that like she doesn't look 100 or 207.
Because he's young and dumb.
Yeah, he is.
No.
He is. Hello, Carl. Hello, Carl.
Because in the last interview, he did something that got himself turned into a toad, or a frog, something that fits.
Yep, it's true. He got turned into a frog during the last interview, and he's like, "Look, last time was. It won't happen again." It'd be really funny if at the end of this interview he somehow insults her and she turns him into a frog again, and he's like, "Damn it, not again."
It was Martha. Martha turned him into
Damn Martha. Damn cheating ass Martha. With her good luck charm hidden somewhere.
He goes to pick Rose up from her grandma's, and the bridge party is there, and Martha's like, you, and he's like, you.
Martha was the one that turned him into a toad. So funny. Damn cheating ass Martha. Okay, Grandma Ethel's got your back. She wants to turn her into a toad. Cheating at bridge. And she doesn't make the mint juleps strong enough. She doesn't bring any of the good alcohol. Cheap ass Martha.
Trying not to die while I drink.
Too much fun with the additional characters of this story. And I still
Dialogue.
don't know what it says.
Dialogue, Lord. That's what we're talking about. We need to get you at least a stand in line.
Yeah.
Oh, I see her
Like,
there.
he's calling her Mrs. Like, he's like, Mrs. Ethel? And it's because she, on the resume, it says she's 207. Yeah. And he's like, clearly she's married or has been married. She's been alive forever, you know? So that's a thing, because he's like, you know, calling her Mrs. And she could just be like, it's Miss.
It's Miss.
not married, very single, in fact.
Quite single.
Probably too single. That's too much for this interview.
Use that one. Do it. I love that. She's like, it's Miss. I am single. I'm very single. Probably too. This is about a job.
That's a good one. I think that's a good line to break the ice for them. And then like, what kind of questions would a frickin' person looking for a witch ask on an interview? Like, that's another thing I have to think about, because he's gonna try and like steer this back into like interview territory at least a few times. And I'm gonna be like, what are your strengths and weaknesses? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? That's stupid. You've been alive for 200. Like, this is.
Do you have any coven commitments that may conflict with a regular 9 to 5? Do you need to have the full moon off? I'm trying to think. Do you grow your own herbs? Would it be better to like install a garden here? Trying to think. Potion specialties. That would probably be on the resume.
He's gonna ask like the "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" question, and then he's gonna like look at the resume and be like, "That's really stupid. You don't have to answer that."
Where do you see yourself in 50?
like, I'm so sorry. That was a stupid question. Where do you see yourself in 500 years? Company still alive. Do we know?
Hope and still alive. My family only averages 480, but I might be the lucky one.
As far as compensation goes,
how do you like to be paid? Would you like cash or gold or gems?
I knew
rare ingredients. My cousin Ernie has a dragon farm. I can get you scales.
Right.
They shed a lot every March.
God, these are fun. These are fun. Okay, what are other like typical interview questions that we could turn into witch interview questions? Like, I haven't been on an interview in so long, it's unreal.
I don't know. I've been like, are you okay with working with dangerous clients? How are you with magical animals?
This is turning into a rom-com. Oh, we fully said that at the beginning of this.
we already done turned it there.
A rom-com short story. We fully said that. Like, we were like, oh yeah, this, and then we were like, oh, we're hopeless romantics, so we're gonna make this into a rom-com. Yeah, with witches and stuff.
That's the thing with prompts. You can do whatever you want.
Weaknesses or strengths. Why would you be good at this job? That's a pretty direct question to ask during an interview. Why are you the best candidate for this position? Well, I haven't turned you into a frog yet.
I want her to say that, not knowing.
His brain is like, and he's just silent with wide eyes. And then he's like, I was kidding. It was a joke. No one's turning anyone into a frog.
No frogs here.
No.
No.
So funny. Yeah, who turns people into frogs anymore?
Have you ever worked a normal / human non-magical job? What are your feelings on non-magical beings? Because he's a kind of non-magical being in a magical being's world, so might want to know ahead of time if that's going to be an issue.
Audra said she got asked that at her interview in June. That's a really straightforward question. I like it because it is very interviewee. Like, hey, why do you want this job? You just want a paycheck?
Oh, that one. That one too. Why do you want this position? Your like internet just did a weird thing. So you were like all up here, you smacked your lips, and then it froze, and then you were over here writing it down. It's like transportation.
Look, I might be the witch in this interview. Okay. Okay. What made
you I am a master? We both know I am a true master of the dark arts, though.
Yeah. So fun fact. All during the live stream yesterday, I was like yawning, and I was like, I don't know why I'm yawning. I'm not tired. Like, I'm not tired. I could stay up and like do this. I'm just yawning the whole time. And I was like, what is wrong with me? And so Samantha over here was like, that's a sign of a migraine coming on in the next 24 to 48 hours. And I went, haha, you're right. Like, whatever. Kind of brushed it off. And she was like, no, really? Like, I have migraines. Like, it's a thing. And I was like, why would you tell me that? Like,
I wanted you to be prepared.
I was like, I don't want to know I'm about to have a horrible headache. Like, that's awful.
I wanted to prepare you.
But it's coming, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I was like, so basically, if I have a migraine tomorrow, I am going to send you a picture of a voodoo priestess, because clearly you've been studying the dark arts and you have all the dark magic. And you have cursed me to have a headache. And so today I sent her a picture of a voodoo priestess.
And let me tell you, I like woke up with my alarm, and I'm like, oh, I have a message from Lauren, and I clicked on it, and I'm like, is that character art? I don't know that character. Maybe they haven't. And then I'm like, oh wait, that's a voodoo priestess. Then I was like, oh no. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
So literally I was at work, and I was like my eyes were unfocused because my head was hurting so bad, and it's like I could feel it throbbing in my teeth. Like, that's how bad it hurt. And so that's like when I knew it was a migraine, is like whenever it's like everything on my head hurts pretty much, and it's just like nothing helps. So I took medicine and I got coffee because that helps sometimes. Actually, caffeine does. And
coffee is a secret potion that helps migraines.
Yeah, caffeine helps to widen the blood vessels in your head, so sometimes it can help with pain. And so I got a giant ass coffee and some medicine, over-the-counter medicine, and it took like the edge off or whatever. And then Samantha was like, oh, sad face, I'm so sorry, or whatever, about my headache. And I was just like, you have the dark magics.
I just interpret the signs.
So I think that it's really funny, actually, that this ended up being the prompt after I sent you a voodoo picture today.
Look,
it was like, you have dark magic.
I may also just have a natural leaning to specific things, such as werewolves and witches. So.
Whatever. It is what it is. 'Tis what it is. Okay, so do you have any coven commitments that could interfere with a regular 9-to-5 job? I
just want her to be like, no. I mean, yes, pinochle. He's just like, what? And she's like, I play pinochle with the girls, or bridge, whichever you're.
I think bridge, just person. I feel like everyone knows what bridge is, and I'm not entirely sure I know how to spell pinochle correctly, and I don't want to look it up.
Go with the safer spelling.
Yeah, so it's like bridge. I know how to spell the word bridge.
Like bridge is your coven commitment, and she's just like, are you in a coven? Then I don't think you should judge our our commitments.
So, and then do you grow your own herbs? And then why are you the best witch for this job? I like that one. What else? What else does he need to know for her to like? And like another thing is, because this is all going to be sprinkled in the conversation, is like they need to kind of start getting to know each other. And she's also going to be like fucking with him the whole time. So like, so she needs to like kind of like get her own little quips and witticisms and stuff in there. What was it that I said that her line was going to be? I've already said that. I know.
Hold on.
Oh,
Let me
it's
see if I
Miss.
can rewind this.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be, it's Miss, not Mrs. I'm single, very single, probably too single. How about that?
Yes, that's what it was. Sorry, I was gonna pull up the video and rewind us to find it, but then I was attacked by the sneezing of death.
I'm single, very single. Probably too single. You know?
Are you doing another sprint?
Not yet. We're about to though.
Not relevant. Let's see. My grandma plays bridge. So does mine. My mother and grandmother used to play canasta. Yeah, canasta was the other one I was thinking of, but I think that bridge is more widely known, at least among grandmas and parents. Seems to be. But yeah, I agree. I used to play canasta at the camp, actually, during the summer. Like, yeah, like an old person, but it was fun. So don't judge me.
I think bridge is also the one used in like Hollywood TV shows
A
and
lot,
movies
yeah,
and
a
stuff.
lot. I had the sneezing of death earlier. My allergies are killing me this year. Yeah, it's the Saharan dust desert stuff.
Mine isn't allergies, it's just a symptom of the chronic migraines that I have, weirdly enough.
Heather said I have the loudest sneezes on earth.
What did
Can we
I
hear you sneeze from Florida?
My
That would be-
sneezes like range from just this really weird sound, and then sometimes it's just like "Achoo!" or "Achoo!"
Oh my god.
and that's
I
like
have,
that's literally how they sound. So
I have the most annoying sneeze in the world because it's really high pitched and cutesy and it's annoying. And it annoys me whenever I do it. And every time I'm like, damn it, it was another sneeze. Like, because I'm like, it doesn't sound like me at all. Like it's like ah, like it's like it does not sound, it sounds like a cartoon character. I'm like, stop.
you're just channeling your inner
Anime.
animu girl.
That's kind of what I thought. I was like, it's
Gotta
my
have the
chibi
cutesy
sneeze.
sneeze.
I was like, it's my chibi sneeze. Okay,
I
so we got some interview questions. We
I
have
was
the
writing a word down, but I got distracted by motion on my phone, and so I like looked over while I was in the middle of writing, and so my word went like
my brothers and I played War, Crazy Eights, etc. So fun fact, at the camp, we would play tons of card games. Mostly though, my favorite card game was Blackjack.
Yes.
My dad taught me how to play that with candy and nickels.
Same.
I was really good at it. I was really good at it. I was scarily good at it as a kid. My dad was like, dang, we need to take you to the casino. Like, only you were old enough. So
Same. And then I got older, and now I'm like mediocre at it, and I'm like, I used it all up.
It's a diminishing skill. If you don't keep it up, you don't know how to do it later. Yeah. It's just like languages. That's a diminishing skill. Or like calligraphy. I sound like an old cartoon. Ah, I sound like an anime character, and Heather sounds like an old cartoon. So we're literally the two spectrums of cartoon sneezes. Or no, look, it would be even funnier if somebody was like, I sneeze like Goofy, and it was like, what even is this stream anymore? We called it 21. Yeah, we did not. We called it blackjack. My dad wanted us to know that we were learning to gamble at a young age and to do it responsibly with candy and not with actual money. That's so good. I taught hearts at a church youth group trip. You know what I really used to like playing? Slapjack, because I used to get to slap the shit out of my sister's hand when we played. Like, you know, it was the acceptable way to hit your sibling. It was.
I couldn't play any slapping game with my siblings because they bruised easy. And the way that my hand has always naturally been shaped, it's like long and designed to catch air really easily and really well. So I actually used to give my sisters welts on their legs without meaning to most of the time. But and it didn't matter how hard they hit me. I did not bruise easy at all. It was really hard to bruise me as a child. So I'd never be bruised, and then my sisters would have like really bad bruises or welts, and then I would get in a lot of trouble.
So here's a misconception that I want to clear up for some people. Like when I say, yeah, I'm one of 3 children, I'm the middle child, 3 girls, all of that. People are like, oh, 3 girls. But like y'all must have been so nice to each other. And like, here's the deal.
No.
Like girls can beat the crap out of each other just as easily as boys.
Really, it's just a sibling thing.
It's just a sibling thing. And like it's not that we didn't love each other or anything. Of course, I love my sisters more than anything in the world. It's just that kids are assholes to each other. It's just they just are.
We literally, like when we were sitting there watching cartoons, we would, you spy the unsuspecting sibling that's just laying on their stomach, staring like a zombie at the TV. You run up, smack them on the ass, and then run the other way.
Oh my God. Kids today will never know with streaming what it was like watching a Disney Channel original.
And neither will the stream because it stopped Lauren. Lauren, come back to us. Lauren. Okay, yay.
So what I was saying though is like kids today with streaming, they'll never understand like what it was like watching a Disney Channel original movie on the couch with your siblings. And then the commercial comes back and you're like, it's on, don't miss it. Because like when
we're bored now.
Like that was it. Like there was no like rewind. There was no DVR. Like if you missed it, you missed it. So it was like you had to run back, jump over the couch to like watch the rest of the Disney Channel original movie.
It's like, quick, everybody go pee. Everybody get a drink. Run, no.
I haven't played any of that in years. I'm one of 10 by the same guy, but we were spread out over 5 women. Dang.
That's a lot of siblings.
I agree. I'm the middle kid of 3 as well. Middle children.
Y'all middle children.
We're great negotiators, and we're really good at adapting to different situations. And pretty much all the psychologists say that we're the most well-rounded and social. Just saying. Rep the middle kids here. God, what is this stream anymore? We were writing a short story about and his awkwardness.
And you have your next line now, so we should do a sprint.
Yeah, sprint time.
Yes.
Set this back up because every time I do this, I'm like back at the end of the thing. Okay, so I have my icebreaker line and some interview questions to try and get some conversation going between the two main characters. And I'm going to try and weave in some cutesy funniness. And I'm going to try to weave in some like chemistry if that can happen, but I don't know if it'll happen. That might come later. I don't know. Okay.
That may be for the editing phase. It's fine.
You're right. That might have to be like editing. We might have to edit the chemistry in. Okay. Let's see. I am going to start this timer in 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, that is 15 whole minutes.
Aw, yeah. So how'd you do?
We're at 400 more words, so I'm up to like 1,000. Makes me nervous. Starting to get up there.
You're like not even a seventh of the way to your like top out. You're fine.
I'm just like, no, I'm just nervous. Don't judge me.
I'm not judging you.
I
I'm
really kinda
trying
do
to
wanna get into
reassure
it.
you. It's fine. I see how it can be scary, but you're doing good.
So I wrote a bunch of dialogue. I think it's really cute. And definitely the icebreaker question was adorable because then Rose got a little flustered. So then like he realized like, okay, we're both nervous kind of thing. And then he started like doing some of the interview questions, which and he's just like, what? Like, what are these answers or whatever? Because Rose is really kind of just fucking with him, but also she doesn't really know the answers to the questions because she's not her grandma. So there's that.
How old are you? 300. It says 280.
For what?
It's like at some point he could ask the question. It's like, how old are you? It's like, oh, I'm like 300. Oh, in your resume it says 280. I'm 280.
Right.
And in her mind, she's like, Grandma lying about your age on a job app.
You know, that's something Grandma would do. Grandma Ethel is a total badass. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Let's see. So, where were we? Because it was kind of cute the way that I kind of wrote it in or whatever. So smoothing slick palms against my dress pants, I tried to slow the hammering of my heart and adopted the most professional expression I could muster. It's Miss, she said, her voice stumbling over the words as she recomposed herself. What? I asked, a little confused. You said Mrs. Ethel? It's Miss. I'm single, very single. My eyebrows rose at the volunteered information. Probably too single. I cleared my throat again, eyeing the pitcher of water on the side table and wondering if it would be strange to retrieve it. Of course, that's probably not relevant to this interview. Her words trailed off awkwardly, and I smiled when I realized we were both nervous. Well, thank you for coming in, Miss Ethel. I reviewed your experience, as I was saying before, and I'm curious to learn more about you. Her smile spread slowly and deliberately across her face before I realized what I'd said. Your experience as a potion master. I'm curious to learn more about that, I said quickly, clarifying clumsily. I cracked my knuckles under the table and fought to keep the neutral professional expression on my face as I looked over the list of interview questions my mother insisted I take with me today. So I'm assuming there's going to be at least one inappropriate question on this list, which I'm going to have fun with at some point. Do you have any coven commitments that might interfere with a normal 9-to-5 work week? I asked, steering the conversation back into familiar territory. She thought about it, slumping in her chair a little as she chewed the inside of her cheek. Oh, yeah, I have a weekly bridge game on Thursday evenings, she said after a moment, her face lighting up with the answer. I blinked slowly as I tried to think of how to respond to that. Bridge?
I'm sorry, I get this thing from like her perspective. I know this one.
Yeah, that's literally exactly what I was thinking of when I wrote it like that. She was like, oh wait, what? I know that answer. Right. It was the aha moment. Bridge, I asked, and she nodded confidently. Your coven commitment is a weekly bridge game? She nodded again, this time less confidently. Yeah, well, you know, rituals get really boring without a little booze and gambling, so she trailed off, twisting a lock of her honey brown hair between two fingers. I probably should have made a show of writing something down, but instead I just stared at her for another long moment before looking back down at the paper in front of me. Why do you think you're the best witch for this job? I asked, hoping for a more normal answer this time, which you will not get, Carl. I'm very sorry to say, you will not get the more normal answer. It's just not going to happen, Carl.
We are sorry to inform you that no.
Yeah, pretty much. So like that's where we're at with the short story is Carl is like about to give up on this interview because he's like, what the is even happening right now? He's like, I fell. She's laughing at me. Now she's talking about bridge games and stuff. And I'm just gonna ask the questions on this sheet and go home to my mother who is disappointed in me and wants grandchildren.
I can't fuck up any worse than last time, so let's just get it over with.
You're right. That's kind of where he's at with life right now. Meanwhile, Rose was like, but I got that one right.
I'm doing good.
I'm rocking this interview. Even covered up with that whole gambling and booze thing. I love that she said that. She was just trying to like justify the bridge game, and she was just like, I got nothing. My grandma is spicy.
I gotta channel grandma.
Right. My grandma is a little bit wild. I don't know what to tell you. Like, she's making me go on this interview for her. What do you think? It's gonna be like as an employee.
Oh no. The fact that Rose is doing this seems kind of like she's not too far from the tree.
Oh, absolutely not. But Rose is younger and should be more wild, whereas her grandmother is literally 207 and like gonna curse that Martha bitch for cheating at bridge.
I can't go to the job interview tomorrow. Why not? I'm working on a very complex ritual. Are you trying to figure out how to curse Martha again? Yes, the bitch has so many counter charms.
Yes, that's literally why she couldn't go to this job interview, because it's Thursday morning and Thursday evening is her bridge game and Martha's coming over and she's got to have the curse ready for that bitch.
Must have it prepared.
I'm telling you, Ethel and Martha. No, Sam.
See, just write their novel, The Great Wars of Ethel and Martha. Or like whenever you're stressed, just write a de-stressing like diary entry from Ethel's point of view or from Martha's point of view about that bitch Martha or that bitch Ethel, and just post it on a blog. It's just like a random sporadically updated blog between these two grandma witches
who fucking hate each other but still play bridge together. Oh, so funny. That's so funny though. So funny. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at is Carl is like, I don't even know what my life is right now in this interview. And Rose is just trying to survive the interview. And so now I think at this point I need to kind of, I don't know. It needs to be a little more personal. Like, cause she said that she was single, but she doesn't know that Carl is single because she wasn't hitting on him. She was just like, don't call me Mrs. Like, that sounds really old. And I know I'm supposed to be old, but I don't like it because I'm really only like 26. So, CB says, Team Ethel or Team Martha? Clearly, we're Team Ethel.
I'm Team Ethel all the way.
Clearly, we're Team Ethel. We want her to curse Martha. Clearly, we are Team Ethel. She is the booze drinking, gambling grandma.
But also, I need Martha to be a badass because I need her to be a worthy opponent for Ethel.
Oh, clearly, yeah. So, no, yeah. I think the reason that Ethel's curses probably don't work is like Martha went out and like hunted a leprechaun and has like a leprechaun foot. Like not a rabbit foot, like a leprechaun foot. So she literally like has the luck of the Irish like with her at all times. So every time that Ethel tries to curse her, something happens. Like something accidentally falls in the potion and it gets ruined, or like she accidentally switches drinks with someone else and they
That
get cursed instead. And she's like,
That
I
bitch
think
Martha
Martha.
and her leprechaun.
She doesn't know it's the leprechaun though. She doesn't know. She's just like, for some reason, my curses never work.
There's something about it.
Heather said, I need to go to bed. It's almost 11:30 here. This was so fun though. Thank you for coming, Heather. We love having you all the time. And then Audra said, Team Ethel, but tempted to play devil's advocate. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, so I think Martha's just like real smart. She knows how to get good luck charms and stuff to where all of Ethel's curses like miraculously don't land on her.
She's just really good at defense and protection.
That's how she keeps the bridge. It's the luck of the Irish.
Yes.
And Martha does. Oh my God, Ethel doesn't know. Poor
Ethel doesn't know. Martha's gonna get her.
Y'all, these grandmas though, and like it's not even their story we're writing.
These grandmamas.
I don't remember what the answer was supposed to be to the last question that I asked Rose though.
What was the question? Oh, that you asked Rose.
Why do you think you're the best witch for the job? Oh, was that when she was gonna joke around and be like, well, I haven't turned you into a frog yet, so
Yeah.
And then he was gonna be like PTSD, like have like a flashback from his bad last interview. Be like, yeah, so funny.
You're hilarious.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what was gonna be the next moment. And then I don't know. It's kind of like they need to go off on a tangent or something. Ooh, then the mom could come in.
Oh yeah, you wanted the mom to scry in the cup.
Yeah, he has to go get water, a glass of water, because he's like flustered after that frog comment and his traumatic last experience. And he goes to get a cup of water, and then his mom is in the water, and he's like, "Oh,
Mom, why are you here?"
And she's like, "Is that your mom? What kind of job interview is this anyway?" And I think then they just kind of like,
that's how.
And then maybe they talk
how
about like overbearing parent type figures or whatever. Maybe
that could be how she finds out that he's single.
Oh yeah, that would be really good. Are you done with that interview yet? You need to go meet a girl. I need grandchildren.
Are you done talking to that old biddy yet? It's like,
go to a singles bar.
And he's like, I am so sorry. My mother called you an old biddy.
207, whatever.
It's fine. 207, it says here you're 304.
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
that.
This is a cute idea. She mentions frogs and he automatically wrote it. Yes, I like that. That might have to, like cough to like clear it up. And he's got like a frog in his throat. He's like, I just have a frog in my throat. I'm just gonna get some water. Yeah. And he's like, like coughing to cover up the rivet. And she's like, a little odd. Cute.
It's a little weird there, sir. But okay.
It's a little weird. Oh, here was another question.
You're like, gotta take all my notes.
Yeah. Have you had any non-magical jobs? Because that's going to be something that like that she's going to be like, actually, yeah, like right now I'm working in a nursing home, and they'll like maybe, bond a little bit over that. And then it won't just be all rom-com, and it'll be a little bit like sweet too. Yeah. So that when she's like, by the way, you hired my grandma. She was busy cursing her bridge partner and couldn't come to this interview. My name is Rose. I'm free on Tuesday. You want to grab a coffee?
I'm looking forward to when you get to that part.
I know, it's gonna be cute. That's the end though.
You're like, I gotta get through the rest of it.
Yeah, I gotta get through all the rest of this crap first. But we've been going for 3.5 hours, and people are starting to leave. And it is 10:30, and I do have to be up quite early tomorrow to work in healthcare because Rose is slightly a self-insert of myself. Right? What?
Do it.
So I think we should probably wrap up soon. I could probably go all night and actually finish this, but that would not be good for me, I don't think, in the long run.
So, do you want to end it now, or do you want to do one more and then end it?
I don't know. What do y'all think in the chat? Y'all want to do another sprint? Tell us. Do you want to know the next step of what happens with Carl and Rose and Ethel and that bitch Martha? This was fun, though. I like this story a lot. It's probably going to turn into a book, though.
Well, we can do another live stream at some point to continue working on it, or you can work on it in your free time, whichever.
Hey, I'm good
down
with
for
that.
both.
I'm good with that. Would y'all like to see a continuation of this stream where I continue to write Carl and Rose's short story romance, or would y'all just like me to finish it and post it somewhere for you to read? You tell me. This is so much fun. I love the Golden Girls part of this whole experience. Like, it's so fun. It's so fun.
CB.
I'm twisting my hair into curls, so I have nothing better to do. And yes. Yes to what? Yes to which one, CB? Tell me, I must know. Audra says I'm up for either. And Mike says either. I think that means one more 15-minute sprint. So Audra says yes, it's entertaining. So I think she wants another live stream while we
Y'all a bunch of creep. No, I'm kidding.
continue to work on Carl and Rose's little romance. I swear to God, I really want this to turn into a book now.
No, we're keeping it. You gotta finish the short story first. That's the goal.
Mostly because I want to explore all these side characters that are super fun. Like, I want to learn more about his mom and why she's so overbearing. And like, there's a whole other brother that we have no idea what's going on with him. And yes to continuing in another stream or keep going. So I think we're going to do one more 15-minute sprint, but I'm not going to be able to finish the short story in another 15 minutes. So we'll, I guess, put up
Figure out another day to continue on.
To continue this short story.
Side note real quick, one of my favorite things about short stories, at least some short stories, is that they can act as a short story or as an introduction, like literally just kind of be an epilogue-ish type thing. So totally could. Probably a prologue, and I'm just dyslexic and tired. Whichever one goes at the front.
I love your face. You're awesome. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do another live stream. To finish it, but we're gonna do another sprint. So 15 more minutes on lay clock. Why? I don't know who this is sending me this. I have people sending me things, and I don't know who they are. Okay, that's weird.
Damn you weirdos.
Somebody sent me a video, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch this video. I don't know who you are. That could be anything. That's a little weird. Yeah. So we're gonna do a 15-minute sprint, and I am going to try and get to the frog moment at least when he gets the water where his mother will be scrying in, so that she can learn that he is also single. We'll see how far I get in the conversation. And then we will do another one of these streams so we can finish this short story and post everywhere when it happens. So yes, 15 minutes on the clock, and we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, that is 15 whole minutes. 15 whole minutes. And we got to 1,459 words, so got like another 400-ish words in there. The word count's getting up there. And I know that I have till 7,500 words, but like we're officially out of like flash fiction range and into short story range. So Lauren's beginning to get nervous about the word count.
I mean, to be fair, flash fiction's max isn't even half of the max of a short story. So
But
I think it's not even a third, I don't think. Or maybe it's a little, hold on, I have to math. Yeah, 2,500 would be a third of 7,500. So it's not even a third of a short story.
So got more dialogue and stuff in, and it's getting, I think, kind of cute. Mom busted in on this whole thing, which was interesting. So we had left off with he got the bridge answer to the first question and was like, what the hell? And then he was like, and so he asked the second interview question. He was like, why do you think you're the best witch for this job? I asked, hoping for a normal answer this time. And then, so that's kind of where we left off. And so here is Rose answering. She hesitated again, but this time she looked straight at me and said, well, I haven't turned you into a frog yet, then chuckled good-naturedly. Instinctively, a ribbit bubbled up from my throat, and I coughed nervously to mask the sound. When she stared at me, tilting her head to the side and knitting her eyebrows together, I got the sudden urge to flee. I stood too quickly, the chair knocking over as I crossed the room to the water pitcher and poured myself a glass. Swallowing deeply, I calmed myself down again before returning to the table and righting the chair that had fallen. I was kidding, she said, her voice flat and emotionless, as if she were afraid to spook me again. I forced a laugh, but it was unnatural and high-pitched. So funny, I said, as if that would lessen the oddness of this entire conversation. Sitting, I dropped my eyes back down to the questions on the sheet, wondering which I should ask her next. Looking up, I wondered, he's wondering a lot. I wondered how this interview had gone so poorly so fast. I gripped the glass in my shaking hand and brought it to my mouth. Carrick, are you done interviewing that old fogey yet? My mother shouted at me, her image wavering on the surface of the water in my glass. I shouted, having jumped and spilled half the contents onto my lap. Just hire her already and call me. My neighbor has a daughter she wants you to meet, and I'm not getting any younger. Her voice was cut off when I put my head in my free hand and tipped the glass over to spill the water onto the floor with a resigned groan. I was going to hear about that later. There was no doubt in my mind. Basically, he hung up on his mom.
Yeah.
I sighed and put the empty glass back on the table between me and Miss Ethel before sighing, a long suffering sound. Sorry about that, I said, watching as she waved a hand dismissively. And for the old fogey comment, my mother can be a bit... I had no idea how to end that sentence. Much? She offered, and I nodded, watching as her shoulders relaxed and a warm smile spread across her face. I know the feeling, she said, and suddenly things weren't quite as awkward as they were before. You have an overbearing mother? I asked, genuinely curious. Grandmother, she responded, and my mouth fell open. She was over 200 still alive. So that's where we're at.
We got good genetics in my family.
Wait, what?
I said we got good genetics in my family. We grow golden apples.
I know. She didn't think about it. She was just like, grandmother. And he was like, what? Like, her grandmother is still alive? She's supposed to be 200 years old. Oh.
It's fine. It's fine.
You know, we're just going to move past that flip there. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. I felt like it was getting to like an area where they were like talking cute before we make it awkward again. So, you know.
Yes.
That's nice, because there does need to be like some sort of something there, except for, hey, you're kind of cute and you spilled water all over yourself and felt like a bunch during this interview. So I
Yeah.
guess we'll go for coffee. Like, that seems weird.
Well, rom-coms have that little bit of the roller coaster. It's not 100% just silly comedy all the time. So yeah, gotta have those genuine bonding moments.
Yeah, and it is something that they both have in common. Like, they're both literally in that room
Yes.
because of overbearing relatives. Their common thread.
Yeah. It sounds like it is progressing wonderfully, in my opinion.
It's definitely fun to write. They're fun characters. Rose is just like, why am I here? And poor Carl is like, I have to hire this person because she thinks I'm a mess. And I'm a mess. And it's a thing. So, yes. So we have been going now for 4 hours on the stream. Oh.
This is the elusive Freyr.
Oh, hi, kitty cat.
What you doing?
Kitty,
He
kitty,
says,
kitty.
nope, I saw myself. I'm leaving now.
How dare you try to capture my soul on film? That's
I
what he
am the
said.
shadow. I am the shadow guardian of the house.
My
He
friend
does. He'll
had-
just like go in the highest spots and just sit there and like guard everybody. And he like sits in the most regal poses. He's always like,
My friend has an all black cat whose name is Vlad.
Vlad.
Yeah,
I love it.
pretty awesome. So yeah, so we've been going for 4 hours now, and it is 11 o'clock, and I definitely have to go to sleep, even though I'm so excited about this stupid short story. It's like my favorite thing in the world right now. I could probably stay up all night and continue to do it, but that is not conducive to me being healthy in life. So
Yeah.
we're gonna have to end the stream, and we will do another one where we continue with the saga of Carl and Rose and Ethel and that bitch Marcia.
Martha.
I said Marcia. Marcia. Wrong one. It's Martha. Dang it. I clearly need sleep. So I am going to have my wonderful guest host, Samantha, do her outro, and then I will do mine, and we will say goodnight.
Hey, I'm writing mom Samantha Nasset. I talk about parent things, writer things, and writer parent things on my channel, as well as host my own live streams at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time on my channel on Monday, and I post videos on Wednesdays. All of my socials are down below. They're generally just at samanthaalnasset.com. And yeah, I think that's it.
And everyone, if you were here today, thank you so much. Please remember to like, share, subscribe, all that stuff. Ring the bell to get notified. And if you're not subscribed, that'd be cool too. But ringing the bell to get notified is probably the most important because my upload schedule is chaos. That's what it is. That's when I do things. Hi, kitty cat, you came back. My name is Lauren Sevier. I'm a young adult author, YouTuber, and mom from down home, Louisiana. And my debut novel, Songs of Autumn, is coming out November 21st of this year. It's available to put on your to-read list on Goodreads, and that is linked down below. And also it is available for pre-order in the ebook version on all platforms down below. Also, the audiobook, paperback and hardback versions will be coming shortly for pre-order. So that is exciting. Yes, but thank you all so much for being here and listening to us talk about amazing geriatric witch people who rock the world. So yes, good night, happy writing, and come back again.